Fucking goddamn, it's asymmetric. Nothing I can really do about that except trim one side, though. That's good enough. Currently the only available prescription non-narcotic antitussive. The only one. Causes hallucinations in some people. It's also quite toxic. Holy fuck. This thing just kills you if you overdose on it. Sedation, somnolence. agonist, pre-convulsive effective symptom, local anesthetic toxicity, muscle twitching and tremors. Eggleston. Those are all the fucking cocaine derivatives. What are the reactions? Syncope. This is just falling asleep, right? Oh, fainting and passing out, right? Just fucking falling asleep. That's hilarious. Less than 1% of all adverse reactions to local anesthetics. What is the difference? Okay. Interesting. That's a good word. Autonomic, automatic. Oh, I should pronounce that because I have a problem pronouncing words. Holy fuck. I feel like you could combine benzonatate with diphenhydramine and make a good antitussive that doesn't kill people as much. But it would make you very drowsy. I'm gonna download this. Toxicity. list. Antihistamine shit. Oh no, it's a PDE. Theophylline, PD5, caffeine, xanthine. Adenosine, there it is, adenosine, and phosphodiesterase. Eggleston, 1996. Intubation, holy fucking Christ. How was I been intubated before? Not consciously though. So yeah, I would totally make fucking. I would totally combine drugs when I'm making cough medicines. It just seems logical. Okay, cool. That's just Specca? Yes. This is all toxicity due to normal dosing though. I'm not gonna read that handbook of local anesthesia. That's trash. Lipid emulsion. How does benzonatate kill you? Isn't that great that like one of the only non-narcotic, or actually the only non-narcotic antitussive medication kills you if you overdose on it. Holy fucking Christ, 4 grams of benzonatate. This is kind of a fallacy in pharmacology. Because CBD and THC are almost the exact same chemical. One does not get you high and works the opposite on the receptor. And the other gets you high and is abused. I was gonna go to class, but then I got Why the fuck does it cut it off? That's trash, brother. I was gonna go to class. CBD THC comparison. Chemical. Yeah, it's literally just this tiny little fucking thing. But then I got high. See what it actually says for to post this to my Twitter. Oh, so this is that was kind of pointless because this is not how. I mean, it would make benzonatate 1% safer, or rather, safer than 1% of the population who has an anaphylactic shock response to it if you combine it with diphenhydramine. You should put diphenhydramine in benzonatate to make it safer because it knocks you out. Where is this relevance? I want my own drug. I want a drug to be named after me. Let's fucking Spotify it up. Do people who live stream and get it archived on YouTube after they die, does it become copyright free? Or do those copyrights still go to the people? Fuck. I'm gonna show my own research here.
In case you haven't noticed, everybody's tired and healing from somebody or something we don't see just right. Boy, come on, put your lips
But you could say that it does do that. Is this the study that I'm reading? Hold on. Yes, it is. Great. So where does it go into pharmacology? Whew. What the fuck is Baba? Oh, they're actually scanning it from his metabolite. Oh, this looks like a good study of the pharmacology of cough. Probably not going to be though, because science is shit. The older, like, Sci-Hub got shut down. That's fucking pitiful. Let's grab this motherfucker. Is this Dick Van Gatus? No, Sandra M. Reynolds. Okay, local anesthetics. They do treat cough, true. But they're not very effective and they're not used very often. Which is ironic that I know lidocaine does. This doesn't confirm the neural basis of cough. Cough is a very diverse mechanism. Some people get asthma, some people get COPD, some people get neither. Some people get respiratory tract infection where almost no medications to help them. Some people get it and dextromethorphan helps them. There is no consensus. Alright, yeah. Ain't nothing but a general cough thing. Yes. Okay, what else we got here? Tachykinin. That's true. PEP. Substance P rather, not PEP. I don't know why I said PEP instead of substance P. But those are also an NK2 receptor antagonist suppress the cough reflexes more potent than codeine in the guinea pig. Guinea pig is a very awful comparison to primates for cough, at least. And this is citric acid, for instance, continually responses a cough in guinea pigs, but not in humans. Nociceptin, rather. I didn't know they used that for McLeod or whatever. I've seen that author before. Vanilla annoyed. Oh, that's just fucking capsaicin antagonist. Obviously, you're gonna have a fucking capsaicin antagonist stop the induced cough, induced cough from capsaicin. Distilled water induced cough is not blocked by TRPV1 antagonism. No shit. Okay, this looks like a good study. Okay, so it does in fact do that. Which is a possible mechanism for the cough suppression by the drug. I like that last line. That's very clean, very logical, very cogent. Where did that study come from? Ah, yes, the medulla argument of the. It's like saying movement is is based in sort of the cerebellum, but then you have Parkinsonian disorder, where it's based in the. Basal ganglia. I'm not wrong in saying that the movement is based in the cerebellum, but that's not the only place it is based. Fucking gross pills. This is a really cool picture, in my opinion. Okay, we're not gonna show my research. We're just gonna do this. I worded that intentionally so I could do my research without triggering my relapse prevention plan. Negative allosteric modulator of the CB1 receptor. Fucking cool. I thought it was an agonist. Apparently they don't even know how it works. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. I'll find them later. Just because it's not a very active conversation, so. Cancelled. Incelled. True though. Oh well. Is this a fucking needle? No, it's not a solution. Could. It's partial Agnes, but I don't really see how much room I have to type. Probably works. That's cool. Cannabinoid greening out. Hyperemesis syndrome is you just puke a lot. Interesting. I remember people greening out. I've never greened out though. I've just gotten really fucking drunk and tried to. What the fuck is this study? Hold on. Meringue, decline, deter. That's in rats and probably doesn't go over to humans. Oh, life leak shut down. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, there you go, easy. Fuck. Oh, did he send these later? No, this was like fucking 40 minutes ago. The Twitch pre-show was fucking hilarious. That was like literally some of the funnest shit that I've seen. I did it all sober too. If I did it high, I would have remembered it. I barely remember it anyway, but like. Hold on, let me see this Donkey Kong overall shit. Wait, what? Lanky Kong. Donkey Kong Nintendo Direct. Let's watch this one. searching for
Tinha
fucking.
Kid Icarus,
not working.
Sakurai, tinha Smash Bros,
最後
Sakurai.
の映像と
Agora o último trailer.
ご覧ください
Just researching. Oh yeah, suspenders. I sent him like fucking 6 messages so he gets respond to that one.
Mas é que tá... No...
The cannabinoid. It's not capitalized. Science. Oh,
You've seen the
shit.
data showing the movement of teenage.
Oh, wow. We're gonna go over here because that's kind of fucky. Did it say it was draft? No. Rockin'. Goddamn, dude. It's like biology. Interestingly, no, you cannot. The top drug, THC, works by interacting with the cannabinoid receptors named after receptors, while CBD cannabinoid, yeah. I don't even know if I should post that actually. It's kinda, yeah, fuck that. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh no, I actually. Specious. Agonism of the CB cannabinoid receptors. They also upregulate. Need a piece of motherfucking tree, dude. Tree, dude. I don't know why I looked at that. I can put it up here, motherfucker. Upregulate. Let's see what it defines it as. expression. It's a general term, that's good enough. Are atypical antipsychotics the ones I'm looking for? Because I'm on an atypical antipsychotic. Clozapine is also just a blanket psychotic. It just fucks all your receptors up. I do believe it has 5-HT2A. Yeah. And it's also its metabolite. Okay, we're gonna skip this. Glutamate and MDA. Oh, that's all I think. This is exactly what I said to that psychiatrist who was abusive. I said, in my opinion, and you don't have to believe me, and then she goes on to say, speaking things out of context, medical jargon, shit like that. It's fucking... Probably doesn't even remember that, but I remember that. Because that was my life. Oh, pee pee. Pee pee. C2A stabilizer. Belvici. Garbage. That one's a good case report because it proves my point. Garbage. That one's okay, it's Japanese. Keo Morito. Tokyo. Beta full little tracks in it. Cough is kind of like quantum mechanics. It's like biology more than quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics just doesn't make any sense to a classical mechanics type mechanism. Fuck it. Oh. Did it even send? If it didn't, I'm giving up. Clozapine, the machine. I'm not gonna expound upon why I said that, because that would make me medication, potentially. Fortune journals. Liked by a bot. Oh, that. I gave 50 pounds. Oh, it's a fake account. Or it's a fake lies. I mean, you integrate. It's the same fucking shit. If you know, now you know. If you don't know, now you know. I think the best part of this is it doesn't desensitize me. If I see a hot girl in real life and my eyes are on her. God, I get so fucking far, I can't fucking read just one paper, bro. It kinda pisses me off. I need to fucking focus more. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, we're still charging. Hello. Sonichu. What the fuck? It's fucking, that's like. There's a lot more to antipsychotics that go on than just the dopamine and serotonin interactions. For instance, that's pretty much negligible, right? But some people respond well to dopamine. I mean, oh, there you go. Wow. Typa. Oh fuck, I could get access to this paper. Okay. Okay, do. Oh, he's like this. I thought it was a thumbs up. Oh, this girl, I forgot about her. Thespians are not genuine.
Well, I wonder, could it be when I was dreaming about you, baby, you were dreaming of me? Call me crazy, call me blind, to still be suffering is stupid after all of this time. Did I lose my love to someone better? And I should love you like I do, I do.
I don't strip him. Don't strip him. Damn.
That was a hard slap for a handicapped guy. Fuck, I feel bad for the peer support worker who keeps fucking clinging on to me. I want him to cling on to me, but I don't want to fucking be awkward. Like, I don't want to, like... I don't want to make it awkward, I guess. Not be awkward. Didn't get a single fucking paper done. Why does it... looting? Oh. Jewish journal. Nice Jewish doctor. Loperamide is an opioid that doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier very easily, and you can still die from it. Literally. Jewish journal. Was this before?
Swastika tattoos. on my social media like that. I don't think. This girl, like I'm just like.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's why we're here. Even if it's private.
This girl is kind of fucking crazy. I couldn't fucking hear her when she was in the door, so I said fucking makes the brain, keeps the brain warm or something like that. And they just laughed. Fucking silence and fucking. Oh, that's good times. Okay, so in 2 hours, got fucking one thing done. 1 hour, I guess. Mask preventing females. Mask presenting females. This isn't a hard fucking concept. This is such a dumb argument to say fucking the... This is literally a vagina carrying person. Okay, that's hilarious. I need to check that. Okay, good. Buck Angel's my hero. Dolphin trainer. Sex. I think I know who this is, but I can't really say for sure. Oh, I didn't do anything with that. Civility. Hey. MUA. Still a bit too male looking.
rock stations only play 30 songs over and over 24 hours a day. And it's been proven that what you hear the most is what you like. So there's really no choice involved. Some of this privilege. What everyone should say is the medium is the message, and the message is me. And that's the answer, is for everyone to, I'm asking for an answer. The answer is for everyone to stand up and and say, I'm me. And be fully aware of that fact and let everyone else know who you are yourself. And express it.
Cheekbones are not indicative of fucking male or female gender orientation.
I think that they pocket my online friends. Yeah, but when you're online all the time, I'm just online. I'm just online. I just have online friends. I just talk to my online friends. Yeah, but when you're online all the time,
Or she's
you talk
fucked,
to
eh?
other people, like, that obsessed you. You know, so like I just spend a lot of time online. My friends are mostly online. Like, when I travel, I meet online friends. You know?
Okay.
So
Okay. And have you ever heard of an online account called Empath Chat?
yeah, that's
Ever heard of an online account called Empath Chat?
that's my account.
That's your account?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because that's where that account, they said that these swastikas, now it wasn't your tattoos, it was
No.
people carving swastikas into them
Yeah.
and sending it to this account.
Okay,
And
no,
we-
nobody has been doing that.
Oh,
No,
that's
if they're saying that, they're making it up.
Oh, yeah,
So I wouldn't take
that's
that.
cool.
I would take that with a grain of salt.
That's cool.
Unless,
Like I said, there's no.
That's severe.
Yeah.
There's no criminal investigation here.
Yeah.
We just, because we deal with right wing and national security, we would just be concerned that certain groups.
But listen,
or
I'm
certain
just a
people are
girl. Like I'm
targeted,
just a
like, so
girl.
you-
Like
oh, yeah,
you know,
no.
I'm just a girl.
Why we just
Yeah.
sit there and have a
Yeah,
chat
yeah,
and see what-
100%. Yeah, of course.
And like I said,
I'm just a
people are
girl. Like I'm
targeted,
just.
just be concerned that certain groups.
But
or
listen,
certain
I'm just a
people are
girl. Like I'm
targeted,
just a
like, so
girl.
you- oh,
Like,
yeah, no.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's why we're here. And it's
She let them
horrible.
in? Why?
But if you're telling us that you don't have a right wing ideology and this account doesn't do any of that, that's fine. Don't know.
Yeah.
There's no issue.
What's with
And
the
these
censorship of
proposals that you
right-wing
did,
ideologies?
All we would be saying to you would be, is there anybody online that's concerning you?
Yeah, no.
Or is there a reason behind it? Or is it literally
No.
just for clicks? Is it,
No.
But again, you're
Why don't we censor left-wing bodies? Wumbo combo. Where the fuck is Zoom? There it is. Oh my god, he's wearing a sweater! Bench! Your favorite! It's a what? It's a bitch? Beach. Beach.
Well, I mean, it's pronounced English, but it's
JF around?
That's where the bitches hang.
Were you in the thing at 1 o'clock? 1:12?
What thing?
The dining room.
No.
Okay, because nobody picked up the phone when I tried to phone for you.
The patient phone?
No, the staff phone.
Oh, we were in here, yeah. But I don't know. There must not have been anybody in the office.
They changed the voicemail. How am I?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm great. I was doing some self mastication.
Did I interrupt?
No, look. Us. I need to.
Turn back and I was in your lap.
Yeah. When is your mom going to be available? Because I have a group at 6.
Oh, then no. That doesn't work. She's coming down to I think around 6. That's why I said be there at like 5:45.
Oh, okay. I thought she was gonna be out at 5:45. I was going to do it now.
It's okay. No big deal. Because it won't be a tea thing or anything afterwards, because she's going to go back and have to do my aunt afterwards.
Yeah, I know.
So it would have basically been like you going, hi, here's the chair. Take me home.
Yeah, pretty much. I've come to get a ride back to where I came from.
Yeah, that's kind of how that would have worked out.
How are you? Do you want me to talk to him and get this over with, or? Okay. Because I don't really want to. No, like I don't want to phone him directly.
Just don't.
Okay, that's an option.
So one of the options is to run a conversation around something when you know where you just don't tell me to.
I know.
Otherwise, it's one way to sort of just invite it back.
Yeah. So how are you?
I'm really fucking tired this morning, and I still want to try to invite you back. Do you want to see?
You will get what for me?
So my mom didn't like I think a couple of them actually here in line. She said she's actually like she wants this one.
Where is it?
Sorry, where is that?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, where is it?
Good question.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you were using thingy. Coquitlam, eh? Oh, it's relatively cheap.
Yes. They will be. They just won't go anywhere.
place? Oh, it's all the way up there. So it's right beside the SkyTrain station. Kinda. Close. Yeah, it's just a short walk down to the SkyTrain station. It's a short walk down to the Skyway station. Wow. Garage. Yeah. Oh, perfect. No smoking, no vaping, no drugs, no pets.
Exactly.
Does that mean no smoking on the property? Probably, you say?
Hard to say. I don't know. People, there are a lot of places, their insurance will cover inside them. A lot of stratas also just don't allow smoking. That goes.
Well, I don't smoke, so it's not a problem.
And some allow it up in the unit, but not on the patio ever.
Yeah, like it's
Not at all.
really. Wow, that's cool. I like that. I don't fucking want to be around smokers, bro. They're degenerates. These fucking filthy animals. Just fucking throw them off a cliff.
You know, if I pretended to miss you when we're still on one board, I could just like up through to play.
Oh yeah. I can get you cliff. Let's roll!
Totally do.
So what's your plan for today?
Nothing. Aside from my mom from 2 to 6.
I didn't know she... Wait, 2 to 6? Oh, you never told me that. I knew she was ending at 6, but I didn't know when she was getting there. Well, that's nice. That's awesome.
So that's kind of fun. So I didn't mention that to her.
Yeah.
So,
You do?
not that, not that it would matter anyway. She just be like, okay, well, that's one less thing to wipe my car.
Yes.
You, not the chair. No, that's a good thing.
I can't wait to give her this chair, bro. It's gonna be freaking awesome.
That one in particular.
No, this is my chair. That's my chair.
So it's not that one.
What? This chair look like? It looks like this chair. A replica of the chair. It's the original chair. I have a bag of 6 chairs. I brought... no. Yeah, 6 chairs. I bought Brett one. Because I brought it up to him. He was like, why didn't you go to IKEA? And I was like, oh, I'm buying these chairs. And he's like, oh, really? They're $3, so it doesn't really fucking matter. Yes, the thought matters. They're really good. What?
I know you love that.
I freaking love it.
Don't make that face when it's my fault.
Look, I was making the face before.
I gotta go. I love you.
I love you too. Okay, bye. Fucking cool. I could be out of the cottages soon, but probably not. I should fix that poster. Occam's razor is literally just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, I don't really care. This is just a side project. Doesn't mean anything. Vagary, motherfucker. Jalen Tunshell. This is premonition, I assume. Oh, damn. Fetching butter. Oh. My name's Beautiful. Do something a little different. Why is that muted?
You're listening to The Ancient Tradition, a Wonk Media production. Music provided by Joseph McDade. Here's your host, Dr. Jack Logan.
Welcome to the Ancient Tradition podcast. I'm your host, Jack Logan. It's great to have you back, and welcome to all of our new listeners. Before I jump into today's episode, I want to let our listeners know about our website. This podcast is a companion website, theancienttradition.com, where you can learn more about the evidence that I'll present in today's episode. If you go to theancienttradition.com and click on evidence, in the pull-down menu, you'll see a page dedicated to today's episode, and you can find pictures and links, the ancient accounts, and full citations for everything discussed in this episode. In our last episode, we established that the ancient record attested, in stark contradistinction to 17th and 18th century philosophers, that the spiritual realm was knowable, that human beings could obtain direct knowledge of a supreme being. And as you continue to listen to this podcast, you're going to be exposed to an astounding number of correspondences or parallels between religious traditions that span the centuries and cover the entire globe. The question is, how do we explain this? And we'll get to that, but before I do, let's start with an even broader question. A fundamentally important question that must be addressed before we start. If there was a singular ancient religious tradition, where did it come from? And the answer to this question, I think, can be narrowed down to really one of two options. Either the ancient tradition was man-made or socially constructed, or it was revealed by God, or God revealed. And there really aren't any other options. The world isn't without myriad philosophers advocating for a man-made...
I mean, it could be both. I don't see why it can't be both. Because if it's a God instilled, then it doesn't have to be God create or man-made created. Because, like, when a prophet speaks, he is using his free will, if he has any, to speak what God said to him. Muhammad? Jesus? Or it could be like the Buddha, where they don't believe in gods. But the Buddha still words of wisdom.
explanation. So I'm going to run through a few of them, and then I'm going to go walk you through what's written in the ancient record. So let's start with Nietzsche. Nietzsche's famous in part for his provocative statement that, quote, God is dead. And this is a statement which is one of the best known statements in all of philosophy. As an atheist, Nietzsche wasn't proclaiming that an actual God had died. Really, he was referring to the way Enlightenment ideas like those of Locke, Hume, and Kant, which we mentioned in the previous episode, had effectively killed God by convincing the world through rationalistic, materialistic philosophy that it was impossible for human beings to know God. And if one couldn't know God, then he was effectively dead. But these philosophers were in a bit of a quandary. Since they'd killed off God, where would they get a legitimized system of morality? And then that's where
I don't think
Kant
you need
jumped
morality
in.
with God.
Kant not only argued that God
Kantian
was
framework.
not knowable, but he also argued that God was not even needed. He argued that human beings could develop a system of morality on their own.
Because religion instilled such a massive morality system, I should say, not morale, that we had integrated into our society with the judicial system. So we don't actually need God to create our morals. You don't need some big voodoo monster, or spirit, or voice, or reincarnation, or whatever have you, looking over your shoulder at all times, ancestor, judging your actions right or wrong, preventing you from making a wrong action. You have the judicial system, the crime system, the justice system, whatever you want to call it. Social norms, shame.
Own through reason or rational means. And he coined this
The
creation of
categorical
his
imperative.
the categorical imperative. And I don't have time to get into it right now, but suffice it to say that there's considerable debate in the philosophical community over whether it really is possible to develop a truly rational system of morality as Kant outlines. Killing God, though, caused other problems of which Nietzsche was quite concerned. He was very concerned that rationalistic, materialistic philosophers, along with killing God, had also killed the meaning of life. And Nietzsche believed that without meaning, human beings would be at great risk.
Atheists seem to do just fine.
And if you know anything
I
about
don't really know
Nietzsche,
what they
you
think
know
is
he's
meaningful in life,
also
but
famous for his statements on nihilism. And nihilism comes from the Latin word nihil, meaning nothing or nothingness. And Nietzsche was afraid that nihilism, or believing life has no meaning, would be much more prominent in a society once God was dead. So you can imagine what Nietzsche argued next. He argued that philosophers and human beings needed to replace the meaning of life originally offered by God with a socially constructed meaning. He basically argued that human beings needed to create their own values and then live by those values. And then when they did so, they would find some meaning. He called these individuals who could, quote, rise above religious-based meaning to their own socially constructed values-based meaning as Übermensch, and Uber meaning super and Mensch being men, so these would be supermen. He believed this was the only way to keep human beings from spiraling down the dark, pessimistic vortex of existential dread or nihilistic thinking that had been caused by the likes of rationalist philosophers. And note how these philosophers, according to Nietzsche, by killing God, caused serious social problems to which they then offered up solutions, essentially making them saviors of human beings.
It's interesting that
And don't forget that
spirituality
many
is
of
a solution to drug abuse.
Their ideas initially caused the problems that they are now declaring solvable by their new socially constructed philosophical ideas. They essentially replaced God with themselves. And don't think for a minute that Nietzsche wanted to resurrect God. He didn't. He was an atheist his entire adult life, and he saw the death of God as an important social advancement. So let's read the rest of his God is dead quote. This is what Nietzsche
I
said.
don't see how removing pro-social behavior is a fucking pro-social advancement.
God is dead,
Or at least social advancement.
but given the way of men, there may still be
That's like saying we should all worship Satanism because Satanism doesn't believe in God.
caves for thousands of years in which his shadow will be shown. And we still have to vanquish his shadow. In Nietzsche's eyes, then, God was dead, but not dead enough. To his dying day, Nietzsche was an atheist. He hated Christianity, and he saw religion as a man-made system. So let's move on to Karl Marx. Karl Marx was also an atheist. He argued that religion was a man-made social institution that was created to help the proletariat working class make sense of their oppressive condition. And he's famous for this quote. He said, quote, "Religion is the opium of the masses." He believed that, like a drug, religion helped suffering proletariat workers feel better about the awful condition they found themselves in.
And
He
that's a
said
bad
religion
thing?
gave soul
Oh,
to
because
their
he's trying to
soulless
free the
condition.
working class. That
And he
makes
believed
sense.
that once proletariat exploitation was eradicated, then there would be no need for religion. And both Lenin and Mao implemented
I think Joan of
state
Arc would say
atheism
otherwise.
under their rule, which I consider to be
Newton.
really a tragedy, especially in China, since you'll see in this podcast, China has such a rich history of the ancient tradition.
Extreme
The
personal
majority of
piety.
Chinese people just have no idea about that. All right, let's move to our third. This one's a theorist, Emil Durkheim. He's a classical social theorist, and he argued that religion was a man-made social institution that was created by human beings to produce, number one, social integration. So religion was a way to bind a community together. And number two, to produce social regulation, which would be a way to provide a unified system of beliefs that could govern human behavior. And he believed that both of these functions, social integration and social regulation, were essential to the stability of society. And he, like Nietzsche, was kind of concerned about a society that was void of religion and what would happen in society once the vital functions of social integration or social regulation, which were provided by religion, were removed by secularization. Well, not good things. He argued that a modern secular society would be plagued by instability, and human beings in those societies would be plagued by anomie, that breakdown of standards and values, that rudderlessness, and also by the loss of a collective or binding consciousness. Now, although he was an atheist, Durkheim was quite concerned about this secularization of society. He argued that as long as there was no replacement for the vital functions performed by religion, then society would face increasing instability.
We are literally, as a people, never going to collectively get rid of the religion. God significantly sends down his prophets. Every culture has one.
But unlike
They
Nietzsche,
may not be religious,
Durkheim
but-
argued that there was really no functional equivalent for religion. He thought maybe labor unions might be able to perform some of the functions of religion, but that's as good as he could come up with. So in the end, Durkheim saw religion as a man-made social creation, one that was created to produce social stability. And he says, quote, "By worshiping God, people are worshiping society itself."
Yes,
So
indeed.
in this light, Durkheim argues that religion is a way to worship ourselves. And this sounds eerily like worshiping Kant for coming up with the rationalist replacement of the categorical imperative, or Nietzsche for coming up with the Übermensch as a replacement for God-given meaning. So in Durkheim's view, we worship society or ourselves. And to his dying day, Durkheim was an atheist. Next, we move to Sigmund Freud. He was also
But you always have to worship something amusingly.
a declared atheist. Freud viewed religion as both an illusion and an illness. He wrote, quote, Religion is an illusion, and it derives its strength from its readiness to fit in with our instinctual, wishful impulses. So he sees the creation of religion as the wishful impulse of human beings. And he also wrote, quote, "Religion is comparable to a childhood neurosis." So he saw those who subscribed to religious beliefs as kind of sick or having some sort of neurotic illness. In other words, in Freud's view, one only believes in religion if they're sick or disillusioned. All right, the last one I want to mention is Malinowski. Malinowski argued that religion was man-made as a way to deal with the stress of death. He was an agnostic, which means without knowledge, so he believed that it wasn't possible for human beings to acquire direct knowledge of God, which we talked about in the previous episode. So he argued that God was not knowable. So there you have it. Those are the views of some of the philosophers and theorists that have argued for a man-made origin of religion. And in each of these cases, these men are either atheist or agnostic, and the majority of them present themselves or other philosophers as the true saviors of morality and meaning and the stability of society. So instead of worshiping God, they prefer that we worship at the altar of their philosophical ideas, be it Übermensch or the categorical imperative, proletariat revolution, social regulation, psychotherapy, or rationalistic, materialistic philosophy. So in each case, these men replace God with social constructions of their own, all of which are intended to replace God and be understood as salvatory solutions to the ills that plague human beings. See, there's no need for God if we socially construct our own values and meaning. There's no need for God if we socially construct a rational moral system. And there's no need for God if the proletariat revolts and constitutes a classless communist society. There's no need for God if we find other ways to socially integrate and socially regulate human beings. There's no need for God if we can get psychotherapy and are freed of our disillusions and illness. Overall, really, there's no need for God if we just adopt the salvatory solutions that these gentlemen hope that we will. So in each case, they place either
Soteriology.
themselves
How does one get saved at the eschatological end times? I just do
or the
that to rhyme.
philosophies of other men above God. They see themselves and their philosophical ideas as more informed and more brilliant than an omniscient, all-knowing supreme being. You know, and that to me is the zenith of intellectual hubris. The ancients record a very different explanation of the origin of religion. And regardless of religious tradition, the ancients unequivocally claim that the religious teachings, knowledge, and rites that form the basis of their tradition was revealed by God to human beings. And most of them claim that this knowledge was revealed by God very, very early in human history. So I want to walk you through several of these traditions and dive into the ancient writings and myths, because the ancient record reveals some very intriguing characteristics of this first religious tradition. And there are some aspects there that I think many of you
The worship
haven't
of
heard
a
before.
deity.
All right, well, let's start with Egypt. I want to start with Egypt because it represents some of the earliest religious writings known anywhere in the world. Much of the information I'll refer to in this section comes from the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts. Basically, they are inscriptions that were written inside or inscribed inside the tombs of the royalty of the 5th and 6th dynasties. And scholars date them to between 2600 and 2200 BC, somewhere in there, which makes many of these texts about 4600 to 4500 years old. So we're talking pretty old. We'll start our exploration of the origin of the ancient Egyptian religion by focusing on the god Thoth. Thoth is a very important being to remember. He plays a very important role in establishing the ancient tradition, so we're going to come back to him time and time again. So keep him in the back of your mind. In the ancient Egyptian record, Thoth is most often depicted as a human being with the head of an ibis bird, and usually has a writing utensil and a scribal palette in his hand. The earliest Egyptians didn't actually conceive of the god Thoth as an ibis bird. It was symbolic. And we'll get into all of the symbolism conveyed by the ibis bird in a future episode, but in this episode we're going to focus on his epitaphs. Epitaphs which are central to understanding the origin of the ancient Egyptian religion. So I'm going to try and stay on task here. A couple of things to keep in mind. First, from the references to Thoth in the pyramid text, it's evident that Thoth was one of the most important and one of the oldest ancient Egyptian gods. In one account, Thoth was born, quote, from the lips of Re. In all of the texts, Thoth is closely associated with the creator god, Re. So let's take a look at a few of his epitaphs. The epitaphs or titles that are given to Thoth are very important because they give us a really good idea of how...
Epitaph is a fucking gravestone inscription. I think she's thinking of epithet.
He's understood in terms of the origin of ancient Egyptian religion. All right, so the first one is Thoth. His title is Tongue of Re. I'm going to draw upon a very important book here. It was written by Patrick Bolin. It's titled Thoth, or the Hermes of Egypt. In this book, he basically peruses all of the key references to Thoth that he can find in the Egyptian record, and then he kind of collates them together. And it's really regarded as an important contribution in the field, the book. All right, so this is what Bolin has to say about this epitaph of Thoth as the tongue of Re. He says, quote, Thoth is the assistant of Re, Thoth as the friend and trustworthy minister and scribe of Re. So already we learn a few things about Thoth, that he's a scribe. He writes down the words of the creator god Re. The next title is Thoth, Lord of Sacred Ceremonial. Bolin says, quote, Thoth devised the minutiae of the divine service, which was carried out in the temples. Okay, this is very important, right? Because what it's conveying is that Thoth was the author of, or the originator of, the sacred ceremonial that the ancient Egyptians performed within their temples. So we're already seeing that there is a direct relationship of divine origin or God-revealed religion, and they attribute this to the god Thoth. A third epitaph is Thoth, president of the mysteries of the divine words. Bolin says, quote, Thoth appears not merely as the lord of sacred formulae, but as the leader in the actual sacred ceremonial itself, as a sort of official master of liturgical ceremonies. So now he is the master of ceremonies. He leads them through it. He guides them through it. So they're receiving this directly from the god Thoth. All right, a fourth epitaph is Thoth, Lord of the Divine Words. Bolin says, quote, Thoth's epitaph, Lord of the Divine Words, implies his lordship over the formula or ritual and cult. That worship implies again that to Thoth was assigned the duty of superintending the ceremonial, and that in Thoth was found the source of all such mysterious power. There is abundant evidence in the text that to Thoth was assigned the authorship of the forms of cult. So again, Thoth is seen as the primary author of the ancient Egyptian religion. He's the one that gave them or revealed to them all the important rituals.
Happy Wheels, PewDiePie. Fuck. Shit, he got me out on a lie. I tried to prove it with something that I knew and I fucked it up. Oh fuck, I was like a year off. I should have said fucking 2014. So this is a bell curve, the lower you go. The lower the views got. Go right about here. Showing you my gaming rig. He speaks with fucking
back. It's hard.
nerd speak and fucking. Thank God.
All right, a fifth title is Thoth, Lord of the Cubit. Bolin says, quote, the hieroglyphic texts of the Temple of Edfu refer to the cubit by calling it, quote, Cubit of Thoth, or, quote, Cubit of establishing Ma'at. One text indicates that the god Thoth was considered to be the lord of the cubit. Everything suggests that this instrument was an essential tool, or even the emblem for craftsmen and technicians, the ceremonial cubit rod. Symbolically, this standard ruler in its votive form, this precious collection of tables, ensures the control of time and space. Essentially to Ma'at, the balance of which is one of the guarantors, the cubit is precisely and perhaps secretly kept within the temple. If you go to theancienttradition.com and you click on this episode and you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see a picture there of an ibis bird, and you'll see that it's in stride. The ancient Egyptians argued or believed that the length of the stride of the ibis bird was holy, and it was actually the length of a cubit. And so what this conveys, and what we'll see in a lot of other aspects related
Whoa,
to Thoth,
hold the
is
fucking phone here. That's not cool. Oh shit.
ceremonial that
Observe
the
here.
ancient he's seated at his right hand in the position of from the hieroglyphs. He created the hieroglyphs to the measurements of the temple. He created those to setting out the exact foundation of the temple. Every single aspect of the temple needed to be according to the prescriptions of Thoth. The last epitaph of Thoth I want to mention is Thoth, a second Re. Bolin says, quote, Thoth is often equated to Re as the night sun and acts as his deputy. He's seated at his right hand in the position of honor. In a lot of the depictions of Thoth, you'll see him seated on a throne, which is kind of to convey this idea. The point, though, is that he's very tight with the god Re, and so he's sort of like a voice for or a scribe for the tongue of the creator god Re. And so he is the one by which the entire ancient Egyptian religion is revealed to human beings. Let me read what Bolin said here. Quote, Thoth is described at an early period as the founder of the cult carried on in the temples, as the originator of divine
I've already
sacrificial
seen
worship.
this.
It's revealed how to build the ark. Son of Ubertutu. I am seeking the road of my forefather, Unapishtim, who attends the gods' assembly and found life eternal, of death and life. He shall tell me the secret.
These
I'm going to jump forward now to the part of the epic where
Oh fuck, I'm not even on this episode.
Consistently function as a technical expression.
That's the cosmic ocean, cosmogony. Yogscast, Minecraft, Let's Play. It's 2009.
Hooray!
2 years ago, 2011.
Minecraft. We've created a new server and we're going to show people how to play Minecraft, how to survive the first night.
Oh
Beautiful.
my god, it's terribly snowy. What on earth happened here?
This game is beautiful.
It is.
Made by a single man.
Yes.
You're a bearded dwarf of Casmodan, I assume.
I certainly am. You're William Riker of the USS Enterprise.
Yep. And we are going
We're
to...
playing multiplayer. It's got multiplayer survival in, so we're doing a bit of that.
Yes. I have put off playing this.
Fucking cool, bro. Oh, legit. How many views does this have? Like 4 million? 19 million. Holy fuck. I was one of those 19 million. Oh, they really fell off. Holy shit. What was their most popular? Shadow of Israfel? Diggy Diggy Hole. Yeah, so Shadow of Israfel. Part 1, Crash and Burn. That's good shit, brother. Oh, my ass. Nice. Well, yeah, obviously your height standing up is going to be less. I even got the air bars on there. Now I'm just doing fucking nothing, bro.
Good morning, John. I've been thinking a lot about morality. Maybe it's your book, maybe it's society at large. But my understanding of this word, what it means, has been changing. Because, like, when I was growing up, I'll be honest, like, morality, weirdly, was like a kind of a dirty word. To me, morality didn't mean kindness or honesty or fairness. It meant rules about how long your hair could be for some reason. It meant not being allowed to say certain words. It meant being judged for who you loved or which God you believed in or didn't believe in. This idea, to me, was pretty tightly tied with how to control people rather than how to, like, help or protect people or, like, make society stronger. Other cultures attack like a rule. It feels like a law of nature. And so for you is going to be, and then having some fights about it in public, which is fine. Like, of course, I've got my ideas of what's too much control and what's not enough, but in general, I think that it's good to have some, like, weird rules that make us us. But there's also a third thing. It's the good kind. It's the good morality that puts controls on behavior of marginalized folks who haven't been, like, given opportunities by society to add value in other ways, and so must.
So there's no absolute morality, so it's kind of a folly to just trying to fuck. Where did life come from? Yeah, the appearance of life. Where's the video?
You're listening to The Ancient Tradition, a Wonk Media production. Music provided by Joseph McDade. Here's your host, Dr. Jack Logan.
Welcome to The Ancient Tradition. I'm your host, Jack Logan. The podcast is doing very well. We are now the #1 comparative religion podcast in cyberspace. Thank you for listening. I watched the coronation of Charles and Camilla, and I was blown away by one particular aspect. of the ceremony, which I'll tell you about in just a second. I had originally planned to do 3 additional episodes on the coronation, do one on the investiture, one on crowns, and one on queenship. But if you've been following the coronation of Charles and Camilla, you may be a little bit like me, a little burned out. So I've decided to save those topics for future episodes. And believe me, they will come up because kingship, as I've mentioned many times, is a quintessential feature of the world's original religious tradition. But I hope the 4 episodes that we did do on the coronation gave you a much deeper and broader spiritual and religious context for the coronation rites. If you're a regular listener to this program, I'm wondering if you caught what I caught during the anointing. Did you notice what was on the screen that was placed in front of the congregation when Charles was anointed? This seriously blew me away. If you did, you're not only an astute listener, you're also an astute viewer, and you're on your way to seeing the hidden connections between the symbolism that's used and the more profound spiritual realities that those symbols are meant to convey. If you didn't notice what was on the screen, that's okay too. This is a learning process for all of us. In preparation for the anointing, several young men brought out 4 screens, and they placed one on each side of Charles, who was seated on King Edward I's wooden coronation chair. And they did this to preserve the sacred nature of the anointing, and they wanted to protect it from public view. And like I mentioned in episode number 8, this is done, whether they realize it or not, to create a holy of holies, the sacred location where God anoints kings and queens, where God anointed Adam, a king in the Garden of Eden temple. So on the screen facing the congregation, stitched in the fabric was a beautiful blue, the color of lapis lazuli, mind you, tree of life. And like stars glistening against the night sky, there were 5-pointed blossoming flowers or fruit that dotted all of the leaves. Now, I don't know if the artist purposely made these flowers or fruit 5-pointed, but the symbolism is in complete conformity with symbolism that's used by the ancient Egyptians. Do you recall in our previous episode, in episode number 9, when we talked about how the anointing oil had the power to occupy the king or make him like the gods? Well, if you do, you'll recall that when the king was occupied by the holy anointing oil, he was referred to symbolically as an imperishable star, a glorious being of perpetual light. And what's remarkable is that the tombs of King Unas, King Tete, King Pepe I, and King Pepe II, who were the kings of the 5th and 6th dynasty, where we find the ancient Egyptian pyramid texts, the ancient Egyptians covered
I sketch visions of my future, but sometimes the wrong shades.
the ceilings with gold-colored 5-pointed stars. And they did this to represent the king joining the imperishable stars, the glorious gods in the afterlife. And this same symbolism was also depicted during the coronation ceremony when Charles, after he'd been anointed, he slipped into the back room and he put on glorious golden robes, which symbolized that the anointing oil had transformed him from a humble man, which was symbolized by the plain gown that he wore for the anointing, to an exalted, deified being dressed in the robes of glory, a glorious being of light, like an imperishable star. There's a lot of symbolism attached to 5-pointed stars, which I'll have to tell you about in a future episode. But I'm pretty impressed with whomever decided to stitch them into the tree of life. Because in the Christian tradition, the fruit of the tree of life symbolizes eternal life. It is the fruit promised to all those who are anointed with the myrrh oil of the suffering tree. And there's a lot to ponder there. If you take a closer look at this screen, you'll also notice that King Charles's monogram is stitched directly on the base of the trunk of the tree, which is a pretty strong way of declaring that King Charles is to be understood as God's emissary on Earth. You know, and let's not forget that the Tree of Life is meant to be understood primarily as the quintessential symbol of God, or Christ in the Christian tradition. So I'm pretty impressed with whomever decided to stitch the Tree of Life on this screen, which serves to shield the profane public, kind of like a veil, from the fiery glory of God's holy throne in the Holy of Holies. Either this is coincidental or someone working for the crown knows a whole lot more about kingship and the ancient tradition than I ever thought they did. And of course, I'd love to talk to them. So much of the British coronation ceremony is modeled after the anointing and coronation of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden temple. And I hope you're able to see that connection now. With the coronation complete, I want to start building the ancient tradition from the ground up. And this means we need to start from the very beginning. And we're going to do this by tackling the greatest mystery in the world, how life came to be. This is one of the greatest questions ever put forth by human beings. Mircea Eliade, one of the foremost scholars of comparative religion, whom I introduced you to in the first episode, says this, quote, "The appearance of life is the central mystery of the world." Have you ever had one of those existential moments where you're like, how did I get here? How did any of us get here? This is the greatest mystery out there. How did we come into being? How did life start? How did any of this, the trees, the chirping birds, beautiful sunsets, verdant snow-capped mountains, how did any of this come into existence? I've had surreal moments here and there when I've been struck by how truly odd it is.
Verdant? Snowcat? Oh yeah, green snowcat
Is
mountains.
to actually be here.
I was
to
thinking like the
actually
snowcap was green.
To be alive. How in the world did I get here? And furthermore, why am I here? I call these existential moments because that's exactly what they are. The word existential comes from the root exist and means of or relating to existence. Now, how all of this and all of us came to be is the central existential question or mystery of the world. You know, modern scientists, they've been working on this mystery every day, and they've come up with a lot of different theories to explain the origin of life. But every single one of them remains theoretical. Charles Choi and Scott Dutfield of Live Science wrote in February of 2022, quote, "Science remains undecided and conflicted as to the exact origin of life," which means they don't know how life came to be. It remains a total mystery. Now, the theories they've come up with are pretty interesting, though, so let's take a look at a few of them. But keep in mind that these are theories about how life came to be. The scientific community has not been able to successfully produce life through any of these methods. The first theory hypothesizes that life started by a lightning strike, which theoretically generated amino acids and sugars, which created the building blocks of life. It's a pretty interesting idea, but when scientists try and use lightning to produce life, they get nothing. Another theory argues that clay crystals, because clay crystals stick together when they're exposed to different environments, that they could theoretically trap other molecules, which may lead to life-producing patterns like DNA. But again, this theory has never been replicated by science. A third theory hypothesizes that life began in deep sea vents. And this theory hypothesizes that life may have begun in the submarine hydrothermal vents, which theoretically could have spewed elements key to life, such as carbon and hydrogen, into the water, which I'm not sure how well that would go with such a high salt content in the
Could be
ocean,
just
but that's just some
solar rays and
elementary
shit.
thinking on my part. Another theory argues that ice may have facilitated the birth of life. Jeffrey Bada at the University of California argues that key organic compounds are more stable at lower temperatures. So ice may have been a way to preserve the fragile organic compounds that were necessary for life. Again, this remains a theory since it's never been replicated by modern science. A fifth theory argues that the origin of life may reside in RNA, which can store information kind of like DNA, and it can serve as an enzyme like protein, and this protein is needed for many of the processes of life. This theory hypothesizes that life began with a simple RNA molecule that had the ability to copy itself without the help of any other molecules. Now, this theory might be one of the more promising theories because scientists have engineered an RNA molecule that's capable of self-replicating and then diversifying and then adding complexity. It remains to be seen, however, if these self-replicating RNA molecules can evolve to the level where life can be produced. A sixth theory hypothesizes that life might have begun with tiny, simple molecules that interacted with other tiny molecules, and then over time they developed more and more complex molecules. When labs try to do this, it doesn't produce anything lifelike at all. Michael Marshall of New Scientist said it like this, quote, "Researchers are starting to realize it's like trying to build a car by making a chassis and hoping that wheels and an engine will spontaneously appear." The final theory, the last theory, is that life came to Earth from somewhere else. It's called panspermia, quite the name, via meteorites.
But it begs the question.
This suggests that meteorites could have carried microbes
As
with
to
them,
where it came
microbes that
from.
could survive the blazing hot entry. And this, of course, seems quite implausible to me, but even if it were, it still doesn't explain how life originated somewhere else. A more recent theory argues that life began with a chemical Big Bang. And this theory argues that life emerged kind of fully formed. And I've read up on this, and I'm not quite sure if they believe this was like coincided with the Big Bang, the original Big Bang, or if this was a separate Big Bang, chemical Big Bang. I'm not exactly sure. All of the chemicals necessary for life then were understood to be produced and began at the Big Bang and not after it. Scientists have come up with more than these theories, but these are pretty much the main ones. And sometimes I think we forget that these are theories. Most of them contradict each other. And sometimes I think theories are presented as fact by scientists, and the media gives them an even greater perception of concrete truth and is really intellectually honest. These are theories, completely theoretical. The riddle of the origin of life is not even close to being solved by science. Now, I personally hope someday it will be. I don't have any problem believing that a supreme being operates according to universal laws. So, why does any of this matter in terms of the ancient tradition? Well, because when we scour the ancient record, we find that the ancients gave a remarkably consistent account of the origin of life. You know, where we would expect to find considerable variability in cosmogonies, which are accounts of the origin of life and the beginnings of the universe, we actually find the opposite. We find that the ancients were telling a single story all over the globe. And we don't see a lot of substantive variability, which suggests that these stories came from a common source. And on this podcast, we refer to that source as the ancient tradition. And it's here that I have to tell you about one of my favorite scholars, a scholar by the name of Marinus van der Sluis. Van der Sluis has a degree in comparative and historical linguistics from Leiden University in the Netherlands. And he used to, and I'm not sure if he still does, worked as a consulting scholar at the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League here in the United States. In 2011, he published this amazing 4-volume work on traditional cosmology. Basically what he did, because he's an extremely patient and diligent researcher, is he scoured the entire planet for the oldest cosmogonies in the world. And he used almost exclusively primary sources. And from those sources, he compiled a systematic and pretty much comprehensive catalog of the world's traditional cosmologies. I think van der Sluis should be really commended for his work because this is the first time anyone has ever attempted to compile a comprehensive catalog of archaic cosmogonies. I personally couldn't even comprehend the magnitude of such a scholarly undertaking, especially tracking down all of those primary sources. And once van der Sluis gathered all of the cosmogonies together, he then categorized their central parts. he categorized them into themes and motifs. And what he found was remarkable. He writes, quote, "It emerges that practically all cultures sustain surprisingly similar notions about the origin, the constitution, and the destiny of the cosmos. A single template can be distilled from the thousands of individual cosmologies collected worldwide. A story told around the globe." Some of you may be familiar with Joseph Campbell, and he said something very similar. He said, quote, "The cosmogonic cycle is presented with astonishing consistency in the sacred writings of all the continents." You know, what's remarkable is that after van der Sloos finished compiling his inventory of traditional cosmologies, he realized that the same cosmological tradition was being told basically everywhere, all over the planet, in every
Jainism
corner.
is not
And he writes,
cyclical,
quote,
and it doesn't even have a
"It
creation
emerges
myth.
that people of all creeds and colors have sustained surprisingly similar notions about the origin of the cosmos.
This is like the same concept as a Proto-Indo-European, Asiatic, Aboriginal, African language, which is possible, but it's like near impossible to find.
Majority of motifs identified in this work recur on different continents and enjoy practically universal attestation. This justifies one to speak of a globally consistent set of traditional ideas concerning cosmology, a unified archaic cosmology. Archaic cosmologies worldwide display a striking uniformity rarely appreciated. It's a cross-culturally consistent mythology.
But why?
Wow, there's no mincing words there. This is the guy who rounded up every single origin story he could find, sorted through all of them, and found that the ancients all over the world told the same story about how life came to be. There is no greater authority on traditional cosmology on the planet than Marinus van der Sloos. And here he is telling us that from his research, he found a, quote, globally consistent set of traditional ideas concerning cosmology, a unified archaic cosmology. In other words, van der Sloos found that cultures all over the globe told the same story about how the cosmos were born, how the earth was created, how life emerged. The same story from the Yoruba of Nigeria, to the Inuit of Newfoundland, to the Cherokee of Native America, to the Maya of Guatemala, to the ancient Sumerians and Mesopotamians. You get the picture. And I don't know about you, but I've got questions at this point. How is this possible? How is it possible that the same traditional cosmology or origin story is being told all over the planet in regions that are separated by thousands of miles and in time separated by hundreds, even thousands of years? As you can imagine, this in and of itself is a mystery. And in a future episode, we'll dive into this question head first. But suffice it to say here that van der Sloos found this to be the case, that, quote, archaic cosmologies displayed a striking uniformity. And I'll be referring to van der Sloos's research often, so if you're interested in learning more about him, his methodology, his research, and his inventory of ancient cosmologies, be sure to visit theancienttradition.com, theancienttradition.com, and search for him under scholars. And for the record, I have zero affiliation with van der Sloos. I'm not compensated in any way. In fact, I actually disagree with him on some things, especially his hypothesis about the origin of the said traditional cosmology. Van der Sloos's research is extremely important to a reconstruction of the world's oldest religious tradition, the ancient tradition, because it establishes that a single cosmology was disseminated somehow throughout the world, and that cosmology had its roots in deep antiquity. And van der Sloos says it like this, quote, "The very fact that it proved possible to deduce the model from so many sources is a..."
I wouldn't expect opioids to cause cough because I don't think it's very integral to the actual pathways of cough. Like, I don't think the mu opioid is integral to cough. If it was, then you would see a lot of cough over long-term effects. But you don't. This angiotensin converting enzyme is, I think, very integral, as much as it can be to cough. Okay.
Strong argument in favor of a homogeneous origin of this body of traditions. This is extremely important because this ancient cosmology provides much of the scaffolding or the framing upon which the ancient tradition is built, especially the symbolism that's used to express the sacred. And Vandersloot says it like this, quote, "As a worldview, a traditional cosmology typically functions as the conceptual background against which other ideas and practices, including religious and spiritual ones, are developed." So if we don't start with the established motifs of archaic cosmology, then we're going to miss some extremely important spiritual teachings. So let's start with the ancient conception of the cosmos as cataloged by Vandersloot. Ancient cosmology always begins with a description of the state of the universe before the creation. So according to the ancients, according to this unified archaic cosmology, what was the universe like before the creation took place? What did it look like? Was there anything there? Was it empty? Was it full? Was it light? Was it dark? Well, as Vandersloot points out, the ancients all over the world described the pre-creative universe in the same way. And sometimes they even use the same words. Most often, the ancients describe the state of the universe before the creation as water. And here's a sampling of the ways the ancients describe it in the origin stories that Vandersloot gathered. And these are just excerpts I pulled out. Saltwater sea, a watery mass, water, the waters, water everywhere, pooled water, a sea of water, water covered everything. There was nothing but salt water. The earth had been covered with water, all open sea. In the beginning, the world was all marshy and watery. The world existed in the waters, ocean of milk, only the sea. The world was submerged. Scholars today refer to the ancients' description of the pre-creative state of the universe as the primordial waters, or sometimes the primeval sea, or the cosmic ocean. But those are our interpretations of this. And the waters are often described as being accompanied by the absence of light. And here's a sampling of how they describe it. There was no light, no moon, no sun, no stars. All was darkness. It was a continuous thick darkness. In the beginning, our world was dark. The world lay in blackness, darkness before there was sun. It was a time of black darkness, a dark black night. The sun did not shine. A time when the universe was only darkness. There was a thick darkness. The world was not light. There was infinite night in the dark, in the night. And so scholars today refer to this as the cosmic night. Vandersloot notes, quote, "Darkness and water emerge as the two most salient ingredients of the pre-creative state of the universe." So this conception of the pre-creative state of the universe as a dark cosmic sea is universally attested to all over the globe. And to demonstrate this, let's start with some of the oldest ancient examples, and then we'll work our way to more recent times. And let's start with some very important texts, which I've noted in previous episodes are dated to between 2400 and 2300 BC. And I'll talk about them in much greater detail in a couple of weeks because, like I've mentioned, I think they're fantastic. But suffice it to say that there's internal evidence that suggests that the content of the texts is much, much older than 2400 BC. So they likely represent the world's oldest known reference to the primordial waters of creation. The ancient Egyptians personified the primordial waters in the deity Nu, and it's spelled N-U, which means watery one or noon. These primordial waters, or Nu or noon, are mentioned 46 times in the pyramid texts. As you listen to the words, tuck them in your pocket because you're going to hear nearly the same thing, practically word for word, in various other corners of the earth, like we mentioned, thousands of miles away from Egypt. The text I'm about to read, Pyramid Text 486, is found in King Pepe I's pyramid in Saqqara, Egypt. These are passages that were to be uttered by King Pepe, and it reads, quote, "I was born in Nu, when the sky had not yet come into being, when the earth had not yet come into being, when the establishment of the world had not yet come into being." So in this text, we have two really important doctrines being expressed. The first is that the ancient Egyptians described the state of the universe before the creation of the world as water, and they refer to this water as Nu. In this passage, Nu, or the primordial waters, existed before anything had been created. In other words, the ancient Egyptians contended that something, some sort of substance, some kind of matter, something existed in the universe before the earth was created. Now, this is really pretty interesting because it counters the contention by some that the universe emerged out of nothing, that there was nothing in the universe before the creation. And this theory is known as creation ex nihilo. If the ancients lived today, they would wholeheartedly disagree with the notion of creation ex nihilo. The ancients tell us time and time again that there was something in the universe before the creation of the world, and that this substance was somehow similar to water. People who are not familiar with how the ancients used language and symbols might contend that the ancient Egyptians actually believed that the universe before the creation was filled with water, actual water. But they would be incorrect. The language of the ancient world was highly symbolic, and we have to hone our symbolism literacy to recognize that water is used here by the ancients as a symbol for what actually existed in the universe before the creation. But why use a symbol? Why not just say what it was, what was out there? Well, that's because symbols are a way not only to express some physical realities, like saying it smells like a rose or it looks like a basketball, but more importantly, symbols are used to express inexpressible spiritual realities. And you'll see as we continue to dive into this that the ancients are using water here to express not only some of the physical characteristics of the pre-creative state of the universe, but more importantly, to convey important spiritual principles and realities. So the ancients used water to describe the pre-creative state of the universe because water was a useful way to convey many of the important properties of this primordial substance to something that human beings could relate to. The primordial substance wasn't water, but it had characteristics and properties that were similar to water. So I dug around into this, and an Egyptologist out of Poland, Dr. Joanna Popielska-Grubowska, who has studied the concept of Nu in the pyramid texts, says this, quote, "The primeval waters is primordial matter, where life came into being. Nu is an incorporation of primordial matter and potential." And she goes on to say that the primordial waters are, quote, "the elements of creation." In other words, the primordial waters, or Nu, represent a sea or ocean of elements, the building blocks of creation, elements that were basically everywhere in the universe, just like an ocean, but they had not been arranged or organized or formed into what we would call a creative state, like the creation of the earth. So keep this in mind, that the primordial waters actually refer to an ocean of unorganized elements as we go through the next couple of creation accounts, because this will help you interpret the accounts. But also keep this in mind because it will be important in our next episode. And one more thing I want to point out about Pyramid Text 486, and let me read it to you one more time. I was born in Nu, when the sky had not yet come into being, when the earth had not yet come into being, when the establishment of the world had not yet come into being. This pyramid text is really important because it indicates the ancient Egyptians believed the king, in this case King Pepe I, was first born in Nu, before he was born on earth. He says it right there, quote, I was born in Nu, when the sky had not yet come into being, when the earth had not yet come into being. The whole objective of this pyramid text is to point out that King Pepe existed before the creation of the earth. Susan Bickel, who is an Egyptologist out of Switzerland, wrote a book on Egyptian cosmogony, and she argued that Nu represented in part the concept of pre-existence. So in this light, Nu represents not only the primordial elements needed to create the material world, but it also represents the doctrinal belief among ancient Egyptians of a pre-existence. We find the same belief in a pre-existence reiterated in pyramid text number 211, which this time refers to King Unas, who was the last king of the 5th dynasty. And King Unas is speaking here, and he says, quote, I was conceived in the night. I was born in the night. I was conceived in noon. I was born in Nu. So in this text, the reference to birth in the pre-existent state, as conceptualized by Nu, is mentioned 4 times. Conceived, born, born. And Dr. Popolevska Grabowska says this, quote, he, the king, was born there, referring to a pre-existence before anything else came into being, and consequently existed before anything else and will exist continuously and forever. So it's pretty clear from this pyramid text that the ancient Egyptians believed the king as a being was essentially conceived and born in some other place way before the earth was created and way before he was born physically into the material world. And this suggests that the Egyptians believed the king's consciousness, or what we might call an intelligence or soul, came to be or was born in a pre-existent place before it took on flesh and bone on earth. We might not be too far off if we referred to the king's initial birth as a spiritual birth, when his spirit or soul or Ba, as the ancient Egyptians referred to it, was originally born. Then when he came to earth, he experienced a second birth, a physical birth, where his soul took on a material body. And we know the ancient Egyptians believed that a person's Ba, or soul, would separate from their body at the time of death and then continue to exist in the afterlife. So from these texts, it seems the ancient Egyptians believed the Ba also existed before physical birth and was itself eternal. Now, as remarkable as pyramid text 211 is, kind of leaves us hanging. It doesn't tell us how the king's soul, or Ba, was conceived in Nu, in this pre-existent state. Just how was it that the king's soul was conceived? How was he born in this pre-mortal state? How did the king's soul initially come to be? Just how did the king suddenly become a living entity way before he was born physically on earth? And these are profound existential questions. When we examine the religious traditions of today, we find the belief in a pre-mortal existence in Hinduism, Buddhism, in the Kabbalah, which is the mystical tradition within Judaism. We find it in Shintoism and among many Native American religions. But this doctrine of a premortal existence is not believed by the vast majority of Christian denominations. This is interesting because if you've ever listened to or read accounts of near-death experiences, one of the most universal themes in these accounts is a reference to a premortal existence. These individuals give accounts of having mapped out their life plans with a council or a group of individuals before they came to Earth, and that upon their death, they felt an overwhelming feeling of having come home. They felt that where they went after death was their true home, like they'd been there before. As one person put it, quote, it felt like the real. Okay, but back to our original question. How was the king conceived and born in this pre-mortal existent state? How did he come into being? Well, luckily for us, there are more pyramid texts. And we find the answer in a text inscribed on the walls of King Pepe I's pyramid. And this is pyramid text 571. And this text spells out just how this conceiving and birthing of the king's soul, or Ba, took place in a pre-mortal existence. And at first, you may find this hard to believe. But as we continue records of the ancient world, this 571. And this text spells out just how this conceiving and birthing of the king's soul, or Ba, took place in a pre-mortal existence. And at first, you may find this hard to believe. But as we continue examining the records of the ancient world, this doctrine will begin to make more and more sense. So let's read the answer in Pyramid Text 571. It reads, quote, "My mother became pregnant with me, who is in the undersky. And I was given birth by my father Atum before the sky came into being, before the earth came into being, before death came into being." Did you catch that? This text is telling us that in Nu, in a premortal existence, Pepe's soul was conceived through two parents. His mother, a female deity associated with the underworld, or the world of the dead, and his father, Atum, the god associated with the creation of the world. In other words, King Pepe's Ba, or soul, was created in a pre-existent state through some sort of creative process, like our physical bodies, that required both a male and female. In this pyramid text, King Pepe clearly speaks of these deities as the source of his conception and birth. They are the parents of his eternal soul. And keep in mind that this means King Pepe's soul, or Ba, is of divine heritage. His soul was literally born of godly parents. I've kind of deviated from the main point of today's episode, but I wanted to point out the association between Nu, the primordial waters, and the concept of a pre-existence here in this episode, because according to the ancients, a lot of very interesting things happened in this premortal existence. And we'll dive into the theology of this in an upcoming episode. It definitely merits a serious discussion. For the present, however, let's return to examining a few more creation stories where we see the pre-creative state described as water and associated with darkness. So before I leave ancient Egypt, let's take a look at one last passage in an ancient Egyptian hymn from around 2000 BC, which also speaks of the emergence of the earth from a primordial ocean. And it reads, quote, "Thou hast stood as king on the land during its lassitude. Thou hast taken it out of the primeval waters." So here you see reference to the creation of the earth coming out of the primordial waters. Inside the Temple of Karnak complex, and I have been there, but it's been a very long time ago, which is near modern-day Luxor in Egypt, tourists can see an artificial sacred lake, and it's the largest known artificial sacred lake in Egypt. And today it's still filled with water. This lake was built by King Tutmosis II sometime between 1473 and 1458 BC. And you might have surmised that this sacred lake represents the primordial waters of Nu, and it was used by the king to purify himself before he performed sacred rituals. So he would go and dip in this water almost daily. And keep that in mind, especially for our next episode. These sacred lakes were built as important features of many Egyptian temple complexes, like the Temple of Mut and the Temple of Bastet. Let's move on now to ancient Mesopotamia, to the Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish contains the Babylonian creation story, or cosmogony. And this ancient record changed our knowledge of the ancient world because it gave us a much clearer picture of ancient Mesopotamian beliefs and worldview. Most of what had been understood previous to the Enuma Elish relied on classical sources, which proved to be unreliable. So the Enuma Elish is a pretty important record. I think the background stories of how some of these ancient texts were
I'm-
found are pretty interesting.
This is a
so
trash study.
I'll
we
share
don't
them
take it
here and
anywhere
there as they
because
come up.
that's how science
As for the Enuma Elish, sometime
Now,
between 1848 and 1876, an archaeologist by the name of Austin Layard and an Assyriologist by the name of Hormuz Rassam were excavating a mound in Nineveh, which today is in modern-day Mosul, Iraq. And this mound turned out to be the royal palace of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, who lived about 668 to 626 BC. And he was considered to be the last great Assyrian king. In these palace buildings, King Ashurbanipal kept this really large library. And today we refer to it as the Library of Ashurbanipal. There, Layard and Rassam found over 24,000 clay tablets that were written in Sumero-Akkadian cuneiform script.
This was
That's
just the
little
opposite in
wedge-like
guinea
shaped
pigs.
impressions. Apparently, King Ashurbanipal had sent scribes all over the world to kind of collect and copy records. So most of these tablets that were found date to around 650 BC. The Enuma Elish was one of the records that were preserved on these clay tablets. And it's basically an Assyrian translation of a much earlier Babylonian record that chronicled the beginning of creation. Now, 24,000 tablets is a lot of tablets to translate. So the Enuma Elish wasn't found until many, many years later when an Assyriologist by the name of George Smith was hired by a newspaper to go through all those tablets to see if he could find the missing parts of the Babylonian flood story. And can you imagine? This really is a needle in the haystack. But he found records for the flood, and he found the Enuma Elish. And Smith published the Enuma Elish for the first time in English in 1876. If you're interested in taking a look at some of the clay tablets that were found in the Library of Ashurbanipal or the Enuma Elish, you can find them at the British Museum in the Assyrian section. And you can also find pictures of them on our companion website, theancienttradition.com. Just search for this episode. Scholars date the composition of the original Enuma Elish to around 1800 BC, around the time of King Hammurabi, and possibly even earlier. Scholars argue this because illustrations have been found of some of the content of the Enuma Elish as early as about 1600 BC. The text is essentially an epic, and the title Enuma Elish means, quote, when on high, and these are the first couple of words in the text. Like Vandersloot has found all over the world, the creation story begins before the creation with a description of the pre-creative state of the universe. The Enuma Elish reads, quote, when on high the heavens did not exist, nor the earth below. Apsu, the freshwater ocean, was there, the first, the begetter. Apsu is the Sumerian Akkadian description for the primordial waters. In the Enuma Elish, the Apsu is depicted as a deity, a personification of the primordial waters. A cylinder sill found at Ur, which is in modern-day Iraq, depicts the god Ea enthroned, receiving another god encircled by Apsu, the primeval waters. We'll come back to more of this creation myth in a future episode because there's a lot of great stuff in it. But for now, it establishes the presence of the primeval waters in the Babylonian creation myth. If you'd like to listen to the full English translation of the Enuma Elish, the Mesopotamian creation story, you can find that on our sister podcast, The Ancient Tradition Audio Writ. And you can find it on this platform or any place that you get your podcasts. Now let's turn to the Hebrews. Right up front, in the second verse of the Hebrew Bible, Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, in the King James Version, it refers to the watery pre-creative state. It says, quote, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. In this passage, we see a clear reference to the two characteristics associated with the pre-creative state that we seem to find everywhere: darkness and water. In the Genesis account, this water is referred to as, quote, the deep. The Hebrew word for deep here is tehom. Elcott's Bible commentary notes that tehom comes from a root, quote, signifying confusion or disturbance, and is poetically applied to the ocean, as in Psalm 42:7, from the restless motion of the waves, but is used here to describe that chaos as a surging mass of shapeless matter. Most scholars think the present form of the book of Genesis was composed during the post-exilic period, which dates to around 537 BC, when Jews returned from Babylon. However, like the pyramid text, the Enuma Elish is likely composed from much, much older stories which had been passed down. Next, what do we find in Islam? How does the Quran describe the pre-creative state of the universe? The Quran, which is a compilation of revelations given to Muhammad, which were written down by the first caliph, Abu Bakr, sometime between 644 and 656 AD, also speaks of these primordial waters. In 2130, it states that Allah, quote, made from water every living thing. 2554 reads, and it is he who created humans from water. 2445 reads, quote, Allah has created every moving, living creature from water. Let's move on now to the Maya of Central America and the Popol Vuh. The Popol Vuh is the sacred book of the Quiché Maya in Guatemala. Again, in a future podcast, I'll talk more about this important text, but for now, it's important to know that it contains the Mayan creation story, as it was recorded before the Spanish conquest. The oldest surviving account of the Popol Vuh we have dates to about 1701 AD, but it was originally written down from oral traditions in 1550 AD. And this is what the Popol Vuh says of the pre-creative state of the universe. Quote, whatever there is that might be is simply not there. Only the pooled water. Only the calm sea. Only it alone is pooled. Whatever might be is simply not there. Only murmurs, ripples in the dark, in the night. So here again we see the pre-creative state of the universe described as water and darkness. And there are literally hundreds of these examples all over the world. But let me add just a couple more so you get a feel for the cross-cultural expanse of this motif. In the Matsya Purana, which is a sacred book of the Hindu, which preserves the Purana, and Purana means ancient or old, the Purana Sanskrit literature gives an account of creation starting with the pre-creative state, and it reads, Matsya said that during the period of great dissolution, the universe was enveloped in darkness and was in a state of trance, as it were, inconceivable, still, and undefiable. With the desire of creating the universe, first created water and planted the seed of creation in it. The importance of the primeval waters is further envisioned as the Kshira Sagara, or ocean of milk, in the Puranic legends. So according to these legends, devas, who are exalted beings, and asuras, who are demigods, churned the primeval ocean of milk as a necessary precursor to obtaining Amrita, the ancient elixir of immortality. And at this point, you should be thinking of episode number 9, where we associated these elixirs of immortality with the sacred anointing oil. One of these Puranic legends reads, quote, the Lord has the sea of milk as his abode. And another Vedic text, estimated to have been written by a Vedic sage sometime between the 8th and 6th century BC, says, quote, verily in the beginning this universe was water, nothing but a sea of water, for the water is the foundation of this universe. A wonderful depiction of the churning ocean of milk can be seen on the exterior of Angkor Wat, which is a vast temple complex built in Cambodia, sometime between 1122 and 1150 AD. It originally began as a Hindu temple, but it was later converted into a Buddhist temple. Exterior of Angkor Wat, which is a vast temple complex built in Cambodia, sometime between 1122 and 1150 AD. Complex built in Cambodia, sometime between 1122 and 1150 AD. It originally began as a Hindu temple, but it was later converted into a Buddhist temple. And Angkor Wat is a Cambodian national treasure, and it's presently on the Register of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The bas relief depicts 88 divas, those benevolent, shiny, divine beings, and 92 asuras, demigods, churning the primordial sea. Vishnu, the supreme being at the center of the Hindu creation myth, is depicted in the center. And note that he resides in the center, with the asuras on one side and the divas on the other. At the center is a churning stick, which churns the primordial milk when the asuras and divas pulled back and forth on Vasuki, a giant serpent, kind of like a rope. And there are other more modern depictions of this as well. In addition to the depictions of the churning of the milk of the primordial waters on the exterior of the temple, if you get an aerial view of the entire temple complex of Angkor Wat, it reveals that it's surrounded by a giant moat of water, which, no surprise, symbolizes the primordial waters, just like the sacred lake did in ancient Egypt. If you'd like to see pictures of the churning milk and the moat around Angkor Wat, you can find them on our companion website, theancienttradition.com. If we turn to Africa, we can find the pre-creative state described in the same way. Let's take a look at the Kuba people of Central Africa in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Kuba Kingdom flourished between 1600 to the late 1800s AD. So it was a pre-colonial kingdom in Central Africa. In the legend of Bombo, who was the creator, we read, quote, "In the beginning, there was Bombo or Boomba, the creator, along with water and darkness." Among the Tuamotu of Polynesia, which is modern-day French Polynesia, we find the same thing. The Tuamotu creation myth says this, quote, "When Tain, the gushing waters, created the world here, the world existed in the waters, Te via Puna Ariki. There was no sand, no bedrocks, no ocean, no sky, and deep darkness was upon the froth of the waters." Scholars believe the French Polynesian islands were settled sometime between 900 and 1200 AD. To cap off our examples, let's turn to the Cherokee Indians of Native America who reside today in the eastern and southeastern United States. In 1975, during a Cherokee Treaty Council meeting in New York City, the elders gave an account of the creation, and they started with this, quote, "In the beginning also, water covered everything." There are hundreds of examples like these all over the globe, indicating the ancients had a unified understanding of the pre-creative state of the universe, and they described that state as water and covered in darkness. That caps this episode. In our next episode, we'll decipher what the ancients meant to convey by water, its symbolic meaning. And we'll take a fascinating look into the scientific community's answer to the same mystery. How did it all begin? If you're interested in learning more about the evidence presented in this episode, visit theancienttradition.com, theancienttradition.com, and search for this episode under evidence. You can also check out our YouTube channel where you'll find visual presentations of our past episodes. For now, remember in the words of William Shakespeare, knowledge is the wing wherewith we fly to heaven. I'm
That's a
Jack
good
Logan.
quote.
I'll see you on the next episode of The Ancient Tradition.
They are throwing these fucking antagonists at fucking every therapeutical value they can. Angio-induced dropsicle. Dropsy. Dropsicle. That was so shit. I don't really give a fuck though. Risperidone. Yes, blunting ketamine-induced psychosis. That would be paliperidone that interacts with the NMDA receptor. Because I overdosed. Okay, we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Oh yeah, risperidone. How did I fucking know that? Yeah, I was on paliperidone all the time because she fucking injected me with paliperidone. Just for shits and gigs, you know, I didn't fucking need it. I'm actually completely sane.
It goes, 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 guilty! Sit in the dark and ponder how I'm fit to make the bottom fall to the floor, and they all fall down. It goes, it goes, it goes, it goes, it goes, it goes. Out of the shadows, barrage of witch tongue, cobra spit over apocalyptic cold. Kill a cauldron, smoke, stop music, seriously. It goes, it goes, it goes, it goes, it goes, it goes. Can't stop the groove, look stars, clear off them locks. Relentless raw movement for the knock. Me to that G-spot body rock connected. To everything you want, ever did want. We got it, one knock, come get us together in that hole and watch me drop this cold guillotine death sentence. Yeah. It goes, 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 guillotine. Hidden all between and beneath every fragmented figure of speech. Time to reverse whenever the beat causes my jaws to
a curse.
Ow! 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 Yeah! The screen's flashing red, can't see shit ahead.
I knew it was her
like planets, out of orbit off the edge of my actions, ripping the doors that far more than all that's ever been said. Yeah. Tie the cord, kick the gem and you're dead. Yeah. It goes, 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 guilty! Guilty! Head of a trick in a bucket, body of a trick in a bag.
Abilify did it too.
Fuck it, gotta burn it before it goes bad.
Paliperidone and Abilify both have NMDA interacting system mechanisms. I don't know what to call it. I don't know if I would have overdosed if I was on clozapine. I would have gotten really fucking high though. They said it was a cocaine analog, but like it literally, I had overdosed fucking 5 times before that without actually doing a cocaine analog once. So they clearly had no fucking idea, but they call it something anyway because they're psychiatrists and they do that. Or at least this specific psychiatrist likes to label things.
Many times been disgusted by the sense of riding such a drag. Get broke by the street like bloodstained glass. Choke on these nuts to the very last. It goes, it goes, it goes, it goes. Serial number, killing machine. The illest of means. Coming and build on the filthy sound you're experiencing. It goes, 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 guillotine! Tinted windows, bulletproof. The slip not fixing rope to noose to the gravestone grinder of cold steel. The passion that blinds me so I feel you. They go to it, flows through our veins, blows through our tunnels and rattles our chains. And they all fall.
I caught like one thing into this. And started researching having something. the VOD muted. Or the VOD cut out completely. So it didn't even happen. This is fucking awesome, bro. I love the aesthetic. Fuck is she saying? Bit too licentious for me. Salacious. Nice dance.
Fatal is the situation, yeah, we might just but I'm ready if it happens to you. Hit me out in Cali when I'm far away from family and I need someone to hold on to. You're the only thing I know, and I don't wanna let this go. Close to you, I feel like I'm at home. Can't wait till we're alone. We're built.
Pretty please. I like this song.
Somewhere in the middle, I think I lied a little. I said if we took it there, I wasn't gonna change, but that went out the window. Yeah.
What's with the colors? I scarred some guy's cheek in jail. Okay. Quebecois. Quebecois. Houdini rhymes like dimes. Never heard this sign. I'm deaf, motherfucker. Deaf Jeff.
Yo,
But
y'all
does
can't
it rest?
stand right here. In his right hand was your man's worst nightmare. Loud enough to burst his right eardrum close range. The game is not only dangerous, but it's most strange. I sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash but brag about the broker times. Joker rhymes like the is you just happy to see me trick. Classical slapstick rappers need chapstick. A lot of them sound like they in a talent show, so I give them something to remember like the Alamo. Tally ho, a hot joker like Space Game. Came back from 5 years laying the stage, the same sand. Electromagnetic field, it blocks all logic. Spock and G-Shock's a biological clock. When I hit it, slid it to the shit, I thought I killed a goose. Her power use was pure Brita water, filter juice. Keep a pen like a fiend, keep a pipe with him. Gentleman who lent a pen to a friend who write with him. Never seen this shit again, but he's still my dunny. The only thing that come between us is krill and money. I sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash and brag about the broker times. Better rhymes make for better songs. It matters not if you got a lot of what it takes just to get along. Surrender now, suffer serious setbacks. Got get back, connects, wet back, get stacks. Even if you got to get jet black, head to toe to get the dough. Battle for bottles of Mo or Dro. This fly flow take practice like Tybo with Billy Blanks. Oh, you're too kind, really thanks. To the corner lost forever like, oh my darling Clementine. He hold his heart when he tellin' rhyme. When is his time? I hope his soul go to heaven. He nasty like the old time, old number 7. You still taste it when you chase it with the Coca-Cola. Make 'em wish they could erase it out the Motorola. I told her, no credit for a bag. If you want what they got, then go get it. It's all gag. Only in America could you find a way to earn a healthy buck and still keep your attitude on self-destruct. I sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash but tell about the broke times. Joker rhymes like the is you just happy to see me trick. Classical slapstick rappers need chapstick. A lot of them sound like they ain't a talent show, so I give them something to remember.
I don't think ECT would have done anything on me. I actually probably have fucked my mind up completely. Now that I think about it, it would have done either of the two. Because I think I have like really fucked receptor balance to just. I assume this is like not normal to just look at papers and read shit to learn all day, and like. I don't really get tired of it. And drugs don't really affect me that much.
Individual stars float in the ocean of God, rocking the pinky ring of Saturn while I'm visiting Mars. Egos bigger than Jupiter, I'm breaking the bars, holding me back down to earth with physical laws. touching the moon. Grace as I ready resume. Comments flying through space, bringing
There goes.
possible.
I couldn't reach that with my arm in time.
I'm talking back to Father Time, Mother Earth is my girl. I got the wings of angels walking down the valley of death, watching my step, cause the devils never want to respect. Come correct on the studio track, taking it back to the pen and pad. I blast the original rap. Brother on the B-boy tip with crowd on spit. I tag the charts with the graphical hits. So who you fucking with? Arm, leg to arm, head. Snapping your neck back while you spit out a pen. I be the original son of a bitch, hurting your wrist. Cause you spinning my shit so much, the needle skip. Flip to the rhythm and reminisce. Remember the days in 9-4, hip hop as a gift. Okay. Words out of her lips came straight from the heart. Never pre-packaged and bought both negative thought. Pedal to consumers, magazines and rumors. Commercial spots turn real artists to clueless. Precise rap, rock and roll, nigga, let's do this. I flow through notes, break beats with my maneuvers. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness. Plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses. Stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness. Plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses. Stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Speaking to scorpions, making my heart turn to porcelain. It used to have a steady beat, now it's easily broken. Mind coasting, train of thought, stop emotions. Falling at the core of my being, causing commotion. Need to release, cause the stress will tear me to pieces. My love ceases and my thoughts breaking the leases I had on my life, but the strife making me leave this. I can't beat this, going to God to defeat this. Really help, know I have to do this myself. Alone and confused, the blues burning my health.
That is a question that one may ask. I wish you'd go receive the cast.
Now who am I? A man or a pawn in life, living day to day. I pray, am I wrong or right? Losing my mind, so maybe you can help me find the way to go, so I can be leaving this pain behind, trying to sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death.
God being me, God being you, God being everyone.
Trying to rest instead, I rest my head on the pillow of hardships, miseries.
If I am who I say I'm not, does that mean what I've thought is a product of everything that I was? Did this come from me? Church, 1989.
On my back, I lie, I can see the skies through a glass ceiling. The reason tears drowning my eyes and I can't move. Grief won't let me think, my soul is dry. I crawl just to take a drink, I made you blink. Think like invisible man with mechanical hands trying to reach out to my fan. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, brought chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, brought chart
just running it. Lindsay B. I don't know what the fuck these lyrics are, motherfucker. Oh, ass. I didn't go work out with Cam on Friday because I fucked up. I forgot. I should have fucking... Oh well. I fucking blinded. Forgot to because he...
Empty with no brain, but the clever nerd, the best MC with no chain you ever heard. Take it from the Tech 9 holder. David don't know they neck shine from Shinola. Everything that glitter ain't fish scale. Let me think, don't let her faint, get Ishmael. A shot of Jack got her back, it's not an act stack. Forgot about the cackalack, holler back, clack, clack, blocker. Villainy, feel him in your heart, chopper, chart topper, start shit stopper, be a smart shopper. Shot a cop day around the way, bout to stable, who to know is too motive, wonder where the shooter goes. Bout to jet, get him, not a bet, dead him. Let him spit the venom, said him, got a lot of shit with him, let the rhythm hit him. Stronger in the other voice, we makes the joints that make them spread them butter moist, man, please. Stage made of panties, from the age of baby hoochies on to the grannies, ban me the dough rake. Daddy, the flow make her fatty shake. Patty cake for fake. If he wasn't need a baker's man, he'd take her for her masters. Hit it once and shake her hand. Want some old thank you, ma'am, and ghost her. She can mind the toaster if she signed the poster. A whole host of roller coaster riders, not enough tracks. Hot enough black, that's too hot to handle. You got blue sandals, who shot you, who got you? New spots to vandal, do not stand still. Both show skills close, but no krills. Toast for polils, post no bills. Coast to coast, Joe Smoes flows ill. Go chill, not supposed to overdose, no dose pills. Off pride tykes, talk wide, you scar me. Off sides, like how Worf ride with Starfleet. Told ya, want some get rich shit. As he gets older, he gets colder than a witch tit. This is it, make no mistakes. Where my nigga go? Figaro. Old beats in my rhymes attack. A scary act, all black like Miss Mary Mack. Wait till you see him live on the piano. Doom sings soprano like una, dos, ciano. My mama told me, blast him, pass for her glass of OE. Not to be troublesome, but I could sure use a quick shot of double rum. No stick of bubble gum. I like ice cream, we could skip the wedding. Have a nice dream, she only let him stick her head in.
I encounter this guy, unable to give a rebuttal as rivers of pain flood his eyes, wondering why he's a gift with no purpose, a priceless one-of-a-kind piece that's worthless, grounded with no surface. And when he shows one, it's a facade, cause inside he fights feelings that he was a mistake by God. I see his confusion and self-perception, questions of relevance and intelligence. He holds an illusion of self-acceptance that he shows to those outside looking in. He's outside looking into his own life, looking The strength to carry on is a pawn in his chess game of existence. In his mind, he wants to go on to the dawn and leave the stress that came with existence. Hoping in death he'll find light. Cause as he lives, he roams the dark trying to find light. He's made his heart so hard, he doesn't even cry anymore. Cause he's confronted sorrow frequently. His heart's been broken frequently. It's like he's lost some part of him and just haven't found it yet. So in his search, he's left with nothing but questions and regret. All he wants to know is how one day he's content. And the next day he's crying cause his life isn't what he thought life meant. He just wants to be happy with his love and all. But too often I get messages through telepathic calls. He's asking me through a puddle, what more must he endure to continue? But for some reason he knows he must endure to continue. When I walk past puddles, my reflection calls begging me to answer his questions about life and his perceptions and tell him why I hate him so much. I wonder why I hate him so much. And when I walk past puddles, my reflection calls begging me to answer his questions about life and his perceptions.
I learn like every way possible.
Why did I hate him so much? I wondered, pondered on the question. What did my mind cause me to despise my reflection? I didn't know, I just knew when I saw him how I felt and hated the fact that he had to play with the cards that he was dealt. He's come in contact with some ill things that can't be explained. Life's extracted his energy to where the pain can't be contained. So to me he comes, shed tears like skin, intimate with some, only the ones he calls friends if they even exist. He only exists in pain. It's like his life is a myth and he's been blessed with the gift of shame. I mean, from birth to love, he's been betrayed.
Psychopaths have literally zero awareness.
He's come to know as he's grown. He feels he stands
Psychotic
in this world of color images.
At least the ones that I've met. The ones who were like, did the PCLR and then fucked it up. Like they didn't get a fucking low score and they didn't get honest and open.
You waste the time for when time finishes. He tries to elevate thought, but he's still chilling in the basement, awaiting a rebirth of his soul as it fears its spiritual place. When I walk past puddles, my reflection calls begging me to answer his questions about life and his perceptions and tell him why I hate him so much. I wonder why I hate him so much. And when I walk past puddles, my reflection calls begging me to answer his questions about life and his perceptions and tell him why I hate him so much. Damn, I wonder why I hate him so much. God, I pray you can give me a purpose or help me find it. Cause on this narrow path of self-damnation, I can't find it. Is it something I need to know? Some way I need to grow to get out of this rut? God, give me some self-trust. Love is something I'm looking for. Thought I found it. Or have I? I wanna live, but can I? Or do I have to die too? I try to have life, but my life seems kinda worthless as I'm staring in this puddle. God, I pray that you can give me a purpose or help me find it. Cause on this narrow path of self-damnation, I can't find it. Is it something I need to know? Some way I need to grow to get out of this rut? God, please give me some self-trust. Love is something I'm looking for. Thought I found it, or have I? I wanna live, but can I? Or do I have to die too? I try to have life, but my life seems kinda worthless as I'm staring in this puddle. When I walk past puddles, my reflection calls begging me to answer his questions about life and his perceptions and tell him why I hate him so much. I wonder why I hate him so much. And when I walk past puddles, my reflection calls begging me to answer his questions about life and his perceptions and tell him why I hate him so much. Damn, I wonder why I hate him so much. I sit alone in dismal silence, peering into the eyes of my reflection. wondering if his thoughts are adjacent to my own. What visions of eerie savagery or passionate purity lurks in the mind of he who I mirror? Looking at him, I am disgusted. He lacks beauty in all external areas, and internally he seems so confused, perplexed with this conundrum of life. He proceeds to function or cope, looking at it realistically. Esteem he lacks in all areas of existence, reason unknown. What is the cause of this lack of self-acceptance? I mean, it seems like he needs constant assurance, some type of ritual proof that he's even worth the oxygen he breathes, a light that shines upon him. Is his living in vain?
Do you really need? Do you need pharmacology undergrad for grad school? Fucking missed it. I don't know the song enough to do that. Especially when there's no beat. I just get like just birds fucking flapping.
You wanna watch it all fall apart. Every time I walk, I watch. I look, I notice, I observe, I read the signs. And the signs are pointing in the wrong direction. The signs are not naming the streets or leading you to the highway. The signs are naming names. Tombstones to mark the dead of children not even born. And I don't mean abortion, I mean what is to come. The signs are telling me to turn back around. The signs are telling me to research my past. The signs are telling me to learn from my mistakes. The signs are asking me questions. Do you want to watch it all fall apart? Do you have any control? Is there anything that you can do? Time is not a nice person. I know because the sign said it. Time can be generous, but ultimately time is indifferent. Time does not give two damns or a fuck. So what will you do? What will we do? So I'm in the middle of the street talking to the signs, and people are looking at me, pointing and laughing like this motherfucker's crazy. But do they not see the signs? Do you not see the signs?
Fucking, this would be hard to get into.
There's one thing in this world that you can depend on and you can bet your last dollar on. It's the ignorance of the American people. But still I have faith. And still I read the signs. And they are indeed there. Some of us are lost and will not find our way no matter what the signs say. Some of us do not see the signs because we are too busy shopping. Some of us do not see the signs because we can't help but stop and look at the accidents and stare. We are in a daze. We are amazed by the world's displays. Some of us do not see the signs because we are giving spare change to the homeless. We are getting gas. We are volunteering for duty. And we are watching television. We are driving around in circles on spinners and we are working 8 to 6. We are on our way to the club. We are high, we are drunk, and we are sober. And we do not see the signs. We are listening to a moron babble. We are listening to tongues that lie. We give them an ear, we give them a hand, we give them both eyes. So we cannot see the signs. Slow, there are children playing in these streets and they cannot read the signs. They are only children.
over the front line, the 10%ers promoting slander in the airtime. Bear in mind, jewels be the tools of the trade. Sharp blades, heavenly praise, and dues are paid. Above the crowds, above the clouds, where the sounds are original. Infinite skills create miracles. Warrior spiritual.
If you give me a little time, I could guess people's intentions like that.
Return to earth to claim my throne. The maker, owner, plus soul controller. Ayatollah, rest in the sky, the clouds my sofa. Stand like Colossus, regardless to whom or what.
People don't really get bored listening to me, because I can tell it's just nobody like does that.
The burning truth, 150 absolute proof. On the mic like Moses spoke in Golden Scribe. Survivor of the oldest tribe whose soldiers died. I know the 5 families, we shed tears and mourn. But our hands are on the ammo, cause the battle's still on. Sound the horn. We come rumbling through the function. Precise laser beam technique to touch something. When we die hard, they build a monument to honor us with. Humongous effect in the world, we could have conquered it.
Above the crowds, above the clouds, where the sounds are original. Infinite skills create miracles. Warrior spiritual. Above the clouds, raining down, holding it down. Above the clouds, where the sounds are original. Infinite skills create miracles. Warrior spiritual. Above the clouds, raining down, holding it down.
Oh shit. Girls with autism versus boys with the rendition. The tism.
I speak the vine of God theories, no need to be high. Always exhale the facts, cause I don't inhale out. Play the greater man's game to bounce off my losses, so I could earn the acres, the houses, the horses. Of course, it's much greater than your Benz or your Lex. The engine to my comprehension is just too complex, much too complex. Effects be live like DOS, making moves down south to avoid the chaos. I never flaunt the coin. They call me Luther Van. They say my style is so
Fucking sad, dude.
supposed to have the last laughter, cause even when I'm gone, I'm reappearing in the after. I have to.
That's all over his keyboard too. God damn, that sucks.
Chase the quarter pound with spice from Chi-Town. Now what that proves?
Yikes.
I'm the D to the O, the V to the E. And can another brother cook these delicacies? Well, I'm the P-L-U-G to the 1. Walk around the planet Earth making money, having fun.
And I'm the C to the O-double-M-O-N. I sit and think with the drink about how I'm gonna win. I'm the C to the O-double-M-O-N. I sit and think with the drink. Do you wanna
What?
be an MC? Or do you wanna serve? Do you wanna be dope? Or do you wanna deal it? Fabricated acrylic, I feel it. I'm the style molester. I do a show, get extra P's like the Lost Professor. In fact, I get my hoes in Tessa. P-game like a refer. Reading so controller, my duster. Me in the best of 3 out of 5. With anybody ass in NBA live rappers. Take a dive like Greg Louganis with his. I'd rather be in Baby's Alley than at
Wait, I really feel the need to put an action. Yeah. Did I press right these?
But now I'm boner. At one point in rhyme, I thought I lost my erection, but then I got it back with the resurrection. Blessings.
I repeat phrases that I've heard others saying the exact same way. Fucking. This is so fucking. Okay.
I sit and think with the drink about how I'm gonna win.
And I'm the D to the O, the V to the E. And can't no other brother cook these delicacies. Well, I'm the P-L-U-G to the 1. Walk around the planet Earth making money, having fun. Walk around the planet Earth making money, having fun.
I don't really know how to do that.
Earth making money, having fun. I'm the most from the coast of the eastern fleet, dropping more knowledge than litter on the New York page. It's me, wonder why, and the place to be, certified as superior MC. While others explore to make it
In social situations, I feel like performing rather than being myself.
these kids is rhyming sometimes. And when we get the racing on the mic, they line up to
to see the lyrical killing with stained egos on the ceiling. My rhymes escalates like black death rates over musical plates being played as the rule. Kids thinking step into the soul, you label fools who claims to drop jewels, but for now you do the catching. I don't worry on what crew you run or what section of earth you reside. You're not even a man, so I don't deem it mandatory taking your pride. But I will, cause my man says so for the light. You cry keeping it real, yet you should try keeping it right. Let's understand it.
Swastika tattoos or swastika kind of carvings.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of following up
No,
on
there's
it.
nothing on my social media like that, I don't think.
That one into none, simple equation, zero. You shouldn't play a hero if you can't stand strong like the island I'm from. Now I'm the PLU, the G to the one. Walk around the planet Earth making money, having fun.
Hold up. Empath Chan. Swastika. Carving. Did she manipulate somebody into doing that? Oh, fuck. This isn't neurotypicals. This is people who take an autism test. And I'm just a normal human being. Oh no, they are controls. Okay, so I'm just straight up not masking anything then, because I don't even think about it. I probably could if I wanted to, but I just don't. Yeah, males are more autistic generally. I should go if Ikisi fucking blocks me. I mean, it depends what it is. That's kind of a fuck. I'm not taking this. I'm give up. What kind of fucking stupid shit is this? So, neurodiverse people are better at socializing than neurotypical people? This seems like an insanely biased study if I found that, because I haven't found a single study that said that. Who that? Do that.
When you rub the lamp, I'm waiting kids like Frosty the Snowman in summer camp. I'm fed, whack 'em C's are dead, feeling full of lead. Look how I do 'em. Superman can't see through 'em. True that, I do that for the love of yous. I love hip hop, I got hops like kangaroos and high top horseshoes. This song, kid, with your flow bib like the dark from magic. The puppets are demented. I make 'em C's, lighten that like pepperminted laxatives. You cannot match these kids. My face I'm not showing. The puppets are chaos, abominable flow men. It's on, hit light switches like ND. I'm in the lap to 500. True that, I'm fat, you're thinner. I'm Swayze, I'm out of here like your Brenner. Cause I do that, who that, do that. Yo, it's the puppets, kids, say it, do that. Cause I do that, who that, do that. Yo, it's the scribe and the scholar, do that. Cause I do that, who that, do that. Yo, this is Pro Amp, say it, do that. Cause I do that, the puppets do that. So raise your hands in the air and say, true that. Yeah, come on, get up, come on. Give it up for the puppets, baby. Take me there, it's no baby. If you know the puppets is bad, you better say true that. Ooh, true that. Give it up for the puppets, baby. To me there is no baby. If you know the puppets is bad, you better say true that. Ooh, true that. Come on, yeah, what's up?
Oh, this is one of those studies that cites something that doesn't actually exist. I thought it was going to be a good study. I was mistaken.
Keep your hoes in check.
Or laryngitis. That is a fucking mind fuck that they didn't put that.
Shorty girl's a trooper. No matter what I needed to do, she be like on his own throne.
But we'll reserve judgment.
On the microphone, he flossed the ring. Average MCs is like
Wait, where is the study?
MF Doom, he's like DB Cooper. Out with the moolah. I let her get her outfit just to cool her off. She said niggas
Adams.
about shit. I wonder if she meant it. I doubt it. The way it be in her mouth, she can't live without it. And can't live with this. Handle your business. Villainous, stay on a scandalous whole shit list. One pack of cookies, please, Mr.
Adams.
It's fun smacking rookies. He is the look like a black Wookie when he let his beard grow. Weirdo. Brown skinned, always kept his hair low. Rumors has it it's a S-curl accident.
This is literally a Spanish study.
Some say it's the eyes.
I assume this speaks Spanish. And she didn't just quote this abstract.
No matter the city, she with me to do the thang thang. Working the coochie hoopty chitty chitty bang bang. Same name on the titty as on the name ring. Pretty like Baby D off all in the same gang. Keep my eye on her, really don't trust her, but I treat her like a daughter. Taught her how to bust a nut and the heat to turn beef to horse meat chalupa. Teach her how to hold it. Of course he is the. See, most cats treat her like fupa or beat her to a stupor. Take it from the. You need to make her feel cuter and lay down.
Why don't we do this actually?
Anything a bee do for her. Keep her in a new fur so she looks sweet when she go to meet the. Got the Buddha, get the grenadiers, twist it, put it in the air. Come here, kiss it. Listen here, Scooter. Let her try to bag you when she's on the rag. Never let her fry the ragu. Which will have you into some type of spell crying dag boo. Her name on your back in a tattoo. Whether a bougie broad, nerd hoe, street chick. Don't call her wife if you met her at the freak nick. You don't want her, don't waste her time. I'll dupe her and be a father to your child like the. He keep his hoes in check, sends him out to get glows from all frozen necks. Tell him take his clothes, leave him posing naked for real. Better yet, get him for the check off the record deal. Find out where he keep the tech and the blue steel. Make sure for extra rec, let him know how you feel. And while he's running down to All-Star Weekend to ball, I'm coming with the U-Ball.
I don't fucking speak the Spanish. Fuck. I hate fucking science. I'm just trying to fucking do fucking research, you bitch.
It's free enterprise. And I'm not gonna let some blasted government bureaucrat tell me how to run my business. But Doom will be my guest.
Especially because they paywall everything. Like, you can't do science unless you can, like, study for exams and do assignments reading notes. I did neither of those. So it's not inclusive. But if it's not inclusive, you can't catch all the outliers. If you can't catch all the outliers, then you miss Newton. Potentially.
Yes, Doom has an amazing new machine.
Oh, hold on. Here it is.
I would not advise you to repeat that error. Sure. I know what you mean.
Whoops. Why would they cite the Spanish one? Apparently this doesn't even fucking exist. It doesn't have a PubMed ID because it's not even on PubMed. This would be the only study that I found that is upper respiratory tract infection. Science is so fucking frustrating. It's pretty consistent. Pretty. Oh, it has to max it out. So. I don't believe this. Chronic COPD, lung cancer, pulmonary fibrosis, chronic respiratory diseases. There's so much shit. Accept the concept, we defect to the re-elect.
Vocals excel in trifles, the centerfold of your ciphers. My aura shines divine, priceless, much too complex to yap. Maybe perhaps when I think of rap, my thinking cap reveals the skills.
Limited, raps behaves great. Mentally, we can't elaborate. Demulcent fucks me up. I don't know what this word means. It's a medical term.
grammar will feel gentile. Reigning dominant, leave me essential. I sense down, don't know the all comprehensively. Energy enters me when I depart. It's like sweet sorrow. Bottles I follow, catch wreck. Answers to my comprehension be just too complex to get vexed and just step. I'd rather snatch a rapper's rap, ruining to a degree, breaking them in a debris. Vocally, y'all label me as the illest mic killer. Top biller, still in the grind, the mind driller, sublime thriller. Poetically's how I'm depicted. The rhythm got me addicted, so my ill skill inflicts it on any device. Nice, similar, the verbal price. Enormous, my performance equally will be precise. We putting rappers on ice, the ultimate heist. Most of them should have thought twice. Now they paying the price. I knock them out like Mike Tyson when the tracks connect. The engines to my comprehension be just too complex.
Let's check what we got from Vogue Wasting. This is a antihistamine. This is actually peripheral. Oh, here it is. Google Scholar. This was never published. This is the type of shit. What is Cochrane Library? Mass murderous, the illest. We derive from out the dogs who kill the talk. Either that or walk the walk. You claim you had your together, now it's falling apart. Line, no heart. Who would have thought you'd be whack? We gave you dap at the beginning, now we taking it back. I only boogie from a track with mad. Oh yes, I have seen the for the meta-analysis. Is it a journal though, or is it just a database? Oh, it's just a collection of databases. So it has no merit by itself. It's just, they just take everything from everywhere and put it on.
Let's take a deep breath and inhale and exhale. For those imprisoned in the minds and those who've been bailed. The fan's about to hit the windmills. What I reveal on Omni still is strictly been real. Y'all know the deal. Still, stilos, alter egos. Poetry hits my peoples like food for thought. Vocals distort shorts to sequels. Mics forever like the paradox of pure evil. The crowds will come like throwing crumbs to the seagulls. Too predictable. Old folks praying cathedrals. Trying to live that better life legal. Feeble my minds remain haunted by mad things I wanted. Once everything is real when you're blunted. These days the trees blaze. Ethically shade. We back spin them like the DJs. Play a beat sways. I'm the live one. Mike's like a knife that's cutting you down to size in the fantasy land. You and your mans was devising. We wisening. Puzzle your thoughts. It ain't surprising. I set it off like horizons. No mistakes allowed. Strategically, it's like I'm moving the crowd. My licking shots busting up at the cloud. We be audacious, treading on glaciers. Slang I spray down in Tangeray without the chasers. On the earth, there ain't a place that you can run to hide. When my side collide with your planet. Rock bottom solid, my frame be like granite. Very few can understand it. The dialect correct perfects my mic sex when the thoughts connect. The engine
sanctuary. From the 5th of January, every punchline turned into crunch time. Was cutting records more times than my school's lunch line. So if this hits mine, go ahead and pop your wrist fine. Been spitting dirty, the vocals recorded spit shines.
Suspect niggas don't come outside. You might get your wig pushed back tonight, and I deserve my respect. Brains don't matter if your wig gets split on some third eye shit. Suspect niggas don't come outside. You might get your wig pushed back tonight, and I deserve my respect. Brains don't matter if your wig gets split on some third eye shit. I die, I be puffin' loud, fuck the world, fucking dry. Tell them government spies, I won't cover my eyes. Won't cower, won't move, cause I don't move like a coward. Knowledge is power, in the flower of life is ours. Get inside hours, maybe you can see the towers. Scour your dirty mind and maybe you unleash the power. We all got the potential in our body and soul. Probably you know I found mine right through the pencil, started bodying flows. But fuck that, this beat in preview of Prometheus with pop retrieval. I hold it legal like I'm copping, so weasels to squeal. This look for my people, headed to the top, no riddle. Thinking of evil, but see no evil just because I ain't asked to be this good. They just made me better. They told me cheese at the camps and it made me cheddar. And the green only made me clever. See, God made 3 bigs, 2 pots, but he only made one ever. The ever.
3. Is that good?
Suspect niggas don't come outside. You might get your wig pushed back tonight, and I deserve my respect. Brains don't matter if your wig gets
Top 100 impact factors.
niggas don't come outside. You might get your wig pushed back
Yeah,
tonight,
Conchology.
and I deserve my respect. Brains
It's obviously the best. And then Nature, I believe. This is a bell curve, so it's going to be a lot below 19.
I've got a rep as a sick individual.
3,000.
Original plus critical. Wild like a savage. Well above average.
Holy fuck.
When my mom's made me grab it. Straight from the womb, I come to bring doom, so give me room.
That is above average.
Competitors are blind and left behind, they can't find. I find a rhyme, the mind to rewind the line one time. Stick like a manic. They don't need a panicking. I aim for your abdomen and cut like Kenny Anderson. Herb, you'll hit the curve when my words swerve and hit your nerves. You get served like some chips and hors d'oeuvres. Miraculous tactics, a drastic burn like acid.
Okay, well, I'm not going to comment on the impact factor because that's not an indicative factor of how good a study is. It's an indicative factor of how good the journal is.
I never took a loss for nothing that I had, G. Since the age of 3, I ran the streets crazy.
Okay, I don't have enough time to finish this.
Bad boy, gangsta style, stuck before your front. Yeah, pretty boy slap. I never had nothing but a 9 doing crime. I robbed before a diamond, ordered to get mine. I ran the streets and put the beef 2 seats. I played for keeps and smoked chumps like a Lucy. I got props on blocks in the boondocks. My name rings bells like the neighborhood weed spot. Pack a tech, so call me a threat. A vest can't protect dum-dums in your chest. So bang, 1 gunshot to your brain. You fall in pain. I take the loot in your chain money grip because I'm on some bullshit. And if I can't have what I want, I'm taking it. My repertoire goes far than just being a star. If I wanted attention, I'll hijack a car. Now we got the cops telling me what to do. I don't love myself, so how the fuck I'ma love you? All I need is a Glock with 2 clips and a split. And I want a rampage to stick fix. I crack
Oh, but I can work on it.
Believe me, black, I leave holes in your starter's cap. So fuck, what the fuck, bring it on, word is born. Cause you're seeing the blues like Sarah Vaughan. Chunks I get dumped in the river. Click goes my trigger. Cause I'm out to make my pockets bigger. Down with the ex-convicts, all over in clips. The niggas that I stick are stuck, so run it quick. There's not a man alive that can survive. 21 shots from my 9 into his spine. If you're hardcore, make yourself visible. Light up your blunts and just roll with the criminal.
Does this work? Oh, right, it's a link. It doesn't make a difference.
Reincarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, and hug my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn on me, that come my seat. IP ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off, I get off at my feet.
What's the password?
I see dead people.
Late.
Nothing on that beat. Nope.